Hmm. Who these people are? Kind of a misguided thing to say, seeing as whatever.
Je m'en parle, I don't care.
Talking about what's up, bud? I felt you nosing. I see you, bud. Little peekaboo. Came up to nose my foot, saying, "Tell me thank you for the food," and he's about to speed run his energy reserve. Announced he's going to sue the 16th U.S. president for defamation, who deleted his entire account. Oh, I already saw that today. You gotta love AI. Yeah, you can. Just lift the door a little bit and boom, you can do the same. Or, better yet, run a hose out the tailpipe, to the tailpipe and out the garage. Blow the exhaust out of the garage. I mean, it's going to melt anything that can't withstand extreme heat. But
K feeds. Let me at least add.
here's the downfall. Right here, boom. Launch his eyes. Oh shit. Like, if you gotta hide your notepad, like, here's my notepad. AI stuff. Something else I was writing.
Feeds. Let me at least add a way to listen.
Something else I was writing. Actually, this is some of the stuff I've talked about on stream. Talked about this on stream. Oh, I posted a video on Ring talking about bad delivery drivers. Because I have Ring footage of... You want to see the comment? Man, they went quick. They erupted quick. The bottom one. The goon list. The goon list. If you blink, you miss it. Hey, look. It looks like Rosen's heading that way soon. Nice. Comes to Congress like a meth dealer and tries to pick a fight with people. Yep. American way, man. Too bad, man.
Where you go to? What kind of gun you got in your mama?
A 22.
You wanna go shoot it? You wanna go shoot it?
Shut up about 5 times with you now. Then ever undergo life food.
You shot it how many times?
5.
Where you go to?
Juvenile, 5 days. They just got undergo life.
Juvenile. How many days?
5. They just got undergo life food.
Who came and got you?
Mom, I took them 5 days. Ain't nothing. And that shit up there. Where I taste them noodles, boy. Them noodles be nasty, don't it?
Nigga, you ain't never went to jail.
Crazy. 2 times, nigga.
What a gun, what a pistol's in there?
With my mama in the car.
Too bad.
Lockup's in there. We'll bring her in. She'll stand off to the side. I know this only because I just did it once. Lockup's in there.
I mean, put a hat on her.
You know, I'm not. People are associating you with friends with Tecton Lakari because you're part of it. Well, I mean, if he gets investigated, they're going to find out all of his links. And so I say, you know what? I welcome that. You know, I'm not, I have nothing to do with it. So why would I be worried? So that's my outlook on it. It's not a big deal to me. Obviously, I'm not involved, and so I had nothing to do with it. So, yeah, sure. They talk whatever shit they want. But anyway, yeah, you got to farm it like a crop. Well, I'm not going to really farm this one a lot. I mean, I've known Lakari 8 years, right? And it's just like, I'm going to be real, like, the shit just really stresses me out, man. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It does. It really sucks.
It does suck.
fuck. You know, like, I don't know what else to say. Right? I mean, like, honestly, it does. Like, I don't really fuck. It's heavy. Yeah, it's heavy. Like, and I don't want to get involved in it. I don't want to make, and I'm going to be real, guys. I've already got one defamation lawsuit in the chamber.
He's trying to stay away from all the defamation stuff. Anything where allegations can be made and misconstrued. No context can be given. Damn, what the hell? Damn. That's crazy. Probably bigger than people really think. These things are probably millions of these that exist around the world. Crazy, getting crazy about.
Special book, or you openly admitted you never do research or read articles outside of Twitter. How can you shamelessly tell others to read more? I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff matters. What matters fundamentally is how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives. If you can understand that, then nothing else matters. It's pretty simple. You openly admitted you never...
You know, it's like people don't. Well, it is almost like people have never seen Asmongold before. Like the dude turns everything into a joke. Everything gets turned into a joke, regardless of how bad it is and all that shit. I mean, even before I've started watching it more recently. I love it because it's not tear gas. It's not any of that stuff. It's not. I promise you. Even if they ate bullets for breakfast, they're not going to toss tear gas and all that because the body's going to react the same. Whether you can withstand it or not is 100% irrelevant. It's like, it's ridiculously irrelevant because your body is going to react. They're made to cause your body to react, not for you to react. It's to make your body react. So these guys aren't going to be popping crowd control stuff in close proximity of themselves without wearing some type of protective gear so that their body doesn't react to it. You can eat bullets, glass, nuclear missiles for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but your body's still going to react when the stuff hits your system. It's still going to react accordingly. So again, I guess people just like to throw in their uneducated opinions because it sounds good in their head. Like even like people who think they're doing they're like, she's talking about the right side of the whole thing, like laughing at him. He must breathe it for breakfast. Yeah, sure. They breathe smoke signals for breakfast, because that's all that really is. It's basically a green signal. You use it to create concealment, to signal something. Well, the colors are usually to signal things, and they're probably guarantee OPSEC was talking about how can we get these people to like GTFO, back up, back off, let us have some space. And they're like, well, these idiots don't know anything about crowd control equipment. So why don't we test with some green smoke canisters? Why don't we use some green smoke canisters? That's what they do. And if you're like, whoa, there's people saying their eyes are burning. Yeah, I mean, what do you think's gonna happen if smoke gets into your eyes? Your eyes don't instantly like, oh, there's smoke. Let me create a film to protect my eyes protect me from burning. No, it doesn't work that way. Again, if it was true gas or true crowd control stuff, other than playing with psychology, because that's all it is. It's using your lack of critical thinking, aka lack of knowledge of psychology, against you. Because if you critically thought for a second, you would stop like, wait, none of those guys are wearing anything. I don't care how tough you are. Chemistry's chemistry. It's going to make your body react regardless of how tough you are. Like you'd have to have been breathing it from the time you were born to the time you got smacked in the face with it for it to actually not have an effect on your body. But even then, it's still going to have an effect. Y'all crack me up, man. Crack me the hell up. More eel. Yeah, they do bite. Let me guess. He does it that way so he can hold it. Well, I mean, if you just put it in your mouth and eat it, you don't have to bite it in 2 bites. Strawberries aren't that big, and they're pretty mushy when you bite down on them. You bite down on them, they give. There's no resilience to a strawberry. So there's no right or wrong way to eat strawberry. There's literally no right or wrong way to eat strawberry. Unless you're eating, like you're pulling it pulling the whole thing out of the ground and just eating it like a wild animal, then it's probably a wrong way. That's probably the wrong way to eat strawberries. I'm gonna say that's probably a fault. I mean, it's great and all, but what about all the attacks on all the other stuff in the country? Come on now.
The thing squiggles in through the eye. It does a spiral around the optic nerve all the way to a certain point, and it's driven there by taste. And they said once it gets there, it has the taste of butterscotch. It then starts what they call sweating the quill. The spinal cord stuff comes out of the spinal cord, and it's everything that the lizard is. The lizard's whole body is dead, and it can't go back in. It's one way. The juice that's in the spinal cord gets excreted out of the tip of this thing. They're parasitic cells. The parasitic cells go into the brain. The old person's consciousness is gone. The body is absolutely, totally dominated, and the lizard is smarter as a human. Over time, it'll develop a rash. It'll lose its hair. The thing's
Maybe doing some goofy stuff.
New York. It's important to note that the reason why the files have been delayed in release is because of Judge Paul Engelmeyer in New York. This judge specifically ordered the SDNY to do a second review and for those documents to then be certified by U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. So if you want to get mad at someone, look no further than Judge Paul Engelmeyer, who then also at the same time just denied Massey and Ro Khanna's motion to appoint a special master. So we can argue back and forth all day long about where the files. I want to see the files too. I want everyone to come in and answer questions. But look no further than this person. By the way, this person's not a Democrat or Republican. I think this person actually might be an independent. But if you're wondering where the files are at, that is the truth of the matter. That's it. As soon as those files
To be honest, any judge blocking anything, if you're in government and you're blocking the release of these files, then I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you probably have something to hide. And if you don't, then it should be an easy question, easy answer, easy action.
Not fun. Congresswoman, can you tell us what your response is to the Oversight Committee launching an investigation into your net worth, you and your husband's net worth? They're claiming that it's risen rapidly. What's your response to what they're saying?
Her boss told her
Do you think they'll
to be
find
quiet.
anything in their investigation into your net worth?
Mm-hmm.
What's your response to what you've seen?
Yeah, the people pulling her strings once told her to stop talking. If you don't stop talking, we will make sure you stop talking. And it won't be the way you want. That's what her overlords told her. Why do you think AOC's gone extremely silent? That woman never, I mean, she's, you couldn't get her to shut up. Couldn't get her to shut up. You couldn't get her to stop looking crazy and acting crazy. But then all of a sudden she's like, don't look at me. I'm just over here trying to actually do my job now. I ain't trying to get no investigations into me. Ew.
the spirit of dialogue. Do you feel any responsibility for that? Don't touch my mic, mate.
Keep your distance. Why are your bodyguards such thugs, sir?
Larry, how you doing this year?
And, and ironically enough, people don't understand is your security team can be bested. Like if you feel like you got to walk around with a security team because of you think that of whatever, then you're probably out here doing some craziness. Because again, you act like somebody can't come out of the woodwork. You act like your security team is going to treat you like the president of the United States. No, they're not. They're not going to pounce you. One, look how far away they are from you. This guy is way over here. The reporters actually split these two guys. This guy is trailing way back. He's at least a person between. So say somebody was to come out of this alleyway right here. This dude better have good eyesight to see not only the guy coming, not only watching this guy here, but also watching for anybody coming down this way. You got this guy back here that's up the other guy's butt. Like, Fink is here. That's Larry Fink right here. This bald top is Larry Fink. And this guy is breaking their formation. This guy, a reporter, is breaking the formation of a security team. And what do they have to do to show their toughness? He smacked the dude's microphone. Hey, come on now. And then he says, keep your distance. Like, that's your job, is to make people keep distance. But you're not doing a very good job because he's literally just splitting you. He's splitting you right between you. These two guys should be shoulder to shoulder, creating a little wall. He should be able to split them. And you shouldn't have to smack dude's microphone. You collapse your holes. That's it. You collapse your holes. And you use your bodies as a wall to push him out of the way. And then you say, keep your distance. You don't smack his microphone like a child. That's like child stuff. That's how, is that how you show how bad you are at your job? You smack microphone? What's up, buddy? You smack microphones? Like, I'm really bad at my job. Watch this. Smack a microphone. Y'all are bad. You're not good at your job. You know you're not good at your job. That's why you're protecting a scumbag. I only hire the best of the best black market mercenaries. That sounds like some stuff Larry Fink would hire. Oh. Well, Bill Gates is the world leader of human experimentation. That's fact. That's not allegedly, that's fact. $700 billion offer to Denmark for Greenland, including $100,000 per resident in exchange for U.S. citizenship. I mean, did the United States public agree to this? Did the U.S. agree to spend $700 billion? Because it sounds like politicians with their own interests decided to spend $700 billion to buy Greenland, including $100,000 per person. Like, did the American public actually agree to that? Or did politicians do what they do best and say, we're spending your money regardless of what you say? Because it sounds like it's that. Sounds like it's that. So is Donald Trump spending $700 billion of his own money to buy Greenland? Because, I mean, strategic or not, what are we really going to do with Greenland? Does that mean we get free trips to Greenland? Because, like, all we need to do to go to a state, most states in the United States, is fuel up our vehicles and then drive there. If we want to spend extra money and get there quick, yeah, we can fly there. But we can't just hop in a car and drive to Greenland. We can't just take a weekend and go over and visit Greenland. So I'm going to say the American public probably didn't agree to actually buy Greenland with taxpayer dollars. So again, what is it? What is the acquisition of Greenland really about? And I don't want to hear some military strategy, because if you need military assets over there in Greenland, then it sounds like you're starting up a conquest, which is, that's weird, because I said that Israel was doing that like 6 months ago. Because that's why Israel wanted Gaza. Because they're on some Israel level conquesting. And now they got the United States helping them conquest the rest of the world. Makes sense. Oh, that's not good. You don't say that. My guy's just digging his hole all the way into the crust of the earth. Somebody getting arrested for the TV permit?
I'm what? I'm what? You don't need. I'm what? I'm what? You don't need. Get out the pot. Get out the pot. I'm going to leave. Get out. Off you go, little fella.
Yes. Jeez. That dude is huge.
You gonna nick me? No. Get the fucking car and fuck off then. I'm alright. Don't open the fucking door.
Oh. Awesome. Federal employees. Yep. Federal employees. That's about right. Come on now. And we already know, hearing about $40, they're going to declassify all of this drug stuff. And it's going to be found out that these numbers are super inflated. I can promise you, all this stuff's going to be declassified in about 40 years, and you're going to see it all being a lie. Wow. Remember what all those people tried to come after me in my comment, saying they know what they were doing. You don't just drive your family through a protest trying to go home from a basketball game knowing that there are millions of other avenues of approach. That's why I said I looked at her face and knew instantly she was a part of this. Got piercings all over the place. Yeah, she's a part of this. She was definitely a part of that. And I called it. I called it. Oh, yeah. What war does to you turns you into a type of zombie that most medication can't help that kind of stuff. This looks like somebody's playing camera magic. But he's a cheater, though. Lance Armstrong's a cheater. See, this is crazy, dude. How is it that I just need money to put my truck back together because I can't actually work because my truck is my livelihood. And I've shared it, my GoFundMe, all over the place. And it's not even that much. It's like, I think it was like $2,000 to, well, that's what I thought it would have taken to fix my truck. But right now, $2,000 would be what it would cost for me to do the work myself, buying all the parts and just doing the work myself. That's all I need for my truck. I think it was like $2,300. Puts my truck back on the road, and I'm back to working, making money, and not feeling like I'm a waste of space. But you got these people that are creating fraudulent GoFundMes, raking in $172,000 for a $200,000 GoFundMe for a lie. This is fraud, 100% fraud, but yet they got people donating, giving them $100 and some $1,000. This dude lying has a $50K GoFundMe and already has raised $605. $605 pays my bills, actually gets my truck back so I can start buying the parts to replace it, to fix it. Because right now I can't even get my truck back. It's sitting over at Wahlberg's lot, stored, and in March when I get my financial aid from school, then I'm going over to get my truck, taking what's left of my financial aid money, buying a placeholder car so that I can go back and start working and have a ride to and from class, so that I can maybe start saving some money to start doing the repairs on my truck. Because I'm not selling, trading, doing anything with my truck other than repairing it. I'm getting it back up and running so that when my Kia money comes, I can make sure both of my vehicles are in perfect working order. And then I can start investing in my little food truck business. Because I want to start off with a little hot dog stand. Because eventually it's going to evolve and not just be like buying giant packs of hot dogs just to make quick money as a turnover, to try to build a better food truck. Eventually, when I do get that, it's going to be called Ground Up. It would otherwise be called Ground Up. And it's just going to be fresh made. It would be fresh made. And that's what I want to do. And that's why I don't want to sell my truck. I don't want to trade my truck in. I don't want to get rid of my truck. Because it's a good truck. It would be very good for pulling around a little hot dog cart. Where I sell hot dogs and from the start, I would sell my homemade hash brown patties, because I have been perfecting those over the last few days or few weeks. But that's what I want. My thing isn't fraud. My thing is actually to repair my truck. And what I would have started on with what I've already gotten, but I didn't have money for bills. So it's like, you pay bills or you have this GoFundMe money and you don't have a home. So I paid bills. That's where all the money went. It went into my bills. Yeah. Not fraud. My GoFundMe's not fraud. He's not saying anything useful. I mean, pull out a knife, try and stab people, and you should be expecting to get shot. Because he didn't know he was alive. That's funny. Biden was so dead during his presidency, dude didn't even know he was alive. Well, that's good. Hopefully that ends soon. Nobody cares. They all knew what he meant. Shut up. Dude's probably worried Trump's coming after his country next. Like, no, there is actual military strategy for that land. I mean, to be honest, we don't need it unless we plan on doing some type of military action over there. But Iceland, we don't need Iceland. Greenland is where it's situated is, they're right. It's a very, very good trade location. It's a massive trade hub location. But the reason why I don't see it as useful is because I feel like you could easily get the same thing by just strengthening those relationships over there. Figuring out what the problems are that are going over there that are causing all the trade issues and the finance issues, and making you think that you need to take Greenland from Denmark. I mean, but again, I can't really begin to theorize on their conversations on what's actually the most important aspect of acquiring that country. So it's more or less just speculation. But it does, if you look at how military strategy works, yeah, something like that becoming part of the United States, it would be easier to defend it if it was part of the United States. Because it wouldn't be looked at as an international incident, us building military stuff over there, because it's part of the United States, and the United States is tasked with protecting the United States. So we would start obviously building military stuff and things to set up and protect it, put it under our actual protection. Because we're not going to buy it and then not put troops over there, or put bases over there, or make it a duty station with our own assets over there. So, again, outside of that, who knows? Who knows what's going on? Dude looks like he needs a hamburger and a nice actual exercise. I gotta go bomb out the porcelain. I'll be back. Oh, goodness gracious. Those taters. The restroom, my friend. Ugh. Oh, goodness. What we got here?
Except not when it comes to the pressure that Charlie was under in the months leading up to his assassination, pressure that was coming from donors. These people, in fact, wouldn't dare utter a bad word about Israel. Tons to say about Candace Owens. They're not going to send any legal letters over to anybody that is pro-Israel. Yeah, it seems that that's the way, right? Not for a single second do they want to betray the Israel narrative. Israel as a friend and ally, not just the United States, but of course to Charlie Kirk until the very end. Now, I'm letting you know that I have copy and pasted this message and sent it to my team and sent it back because I want to make sure that where and who this message came from is not obvious. But this is a real message. Andrew Kovac can confirm it's real. Erica Kirk can confirm it's real that Charlie Kirk received this. Let's read this, okay? All of the people that trusted you, Jews and Christians, including me, why would you platform anti-Semites like Candace and Tucker? There are many evangelical Christian Zionists who would never give these people the opportunity to spew their hatred. I'm one of them. You say people are accusing you of being an anti-Semite because you disagree with the Israeli government. Well, what is it exactly that you disagree with? You threatened Jews and Christians with your 30 million followers. Are you kidding? Be very careful, Charlie. You are in violation of the 9th commandment by bearing false witness against your brother Judah. When was the last time you read your Bible, Charlie? I'm coming to you as a believer. Genesis 12:3. Obadiah and many more prophets warned that those who curse Israel will be cursed. Your TPUSA Tampa event was a disaster.
It's always.
Michelle Bachmann was booed.
If you
About
curse Israel,
10%
you'll be
walked
cursed.
out on her when she talked about standing with Israel.
So ignorant.
You brag about how you convinced all.
And this is why I will always make fun of religion. I don't mean to make fun of the people that follow it. That's not what I make fun of. I make fun of just the entire thing of it. Like it's always used as some weapon. Like it's always being twisted around and manipulated for someone else's self-interest or some interest someone's pushing. And it's like two believers of the same religion can sit and argue with one another about the same religion, just the different ways they see it. To me, that's its own joke. That is literally its own joke. Because the religion itself sows discourse within itself by not being like black and white. By being so ambiguous that it's like left up to interpretation, always left up to interpretation. So then you have like all these people that are fighting over the same words because they read them differently. Like, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense to me. I would much rather be arguing with someone about a video game because we see them differently. Because at the end of the day, it's just a video game. We know it's not real. It's like, there's no point to argue and fight over it. And that's what religion is to me. It's nothing more than a video game of life. A video game, a real life video game. Like, and all you guys fighting over these religions and each other about these religions, you're just playing on the PvP servers. So don't be mad when people attack you over it. Don't be mad when people attack your religion over your belief in it, because that's you guys usher this crap into this when you're constantly arguing over who's more right about what. In my opinion, you were all wrong. You're all wrong. So instead of fighting each other, fight me. Fight me. Prove to me I should believe in your religion. Prove to anybody out here they should believe in your religion. Why is it we should believe in your religion? Because from what I see, all the constant bickering and arguing, you guys killing each other because you don't stand behind each other. You're out here getting them against them and them against them and they're against you. Like, it's ignorant. Go play a video game or something. Smoke some weed and play a video game. Because it's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, you guys believe way too heavily and you're way too deep with this stuff. Pull back a little bit. Step back, pull back, and realign. Because the whole heavy into the religion thing is not a true alignment. It's not. And if you really want to believe in something, believe in yourself. Because God, Jesus, Judah, Jebediah, nobody is going to get you further forward. And I'm sorry to tell you, your belief in God isn't why you're where you're at. It's not. It never has, and it never will be the reason you're where you are. It's been a helping hand to have something to believe in while you're the one grinding. You're the one putting all the effort. You think God is down here holding your hand? Maybe up in here, your God is doing that for you. But your God is not down here ushering you through life. Your God, your religion are not the reasons for you being where you're at in life. It may have helped you get there, but it was not at all the reason you got there. At all. And if you say, well, yeah, my belief in God and religion and my love for Christ is why I got here. If it was that, if it could have been that easy to knock you off of your course by making you question your beliefs, then I don't. You have a very fragile belief system. Because I can promise you, there's nothing out here. Not religion, not even regular people that should knock you off your track. Not believing in religion, that shouldn't even knock you off your track. As a matter of fact, you know what gets me going? It keeps me going and kind of like is a little bit of a fuel to my fire is the fact that I believe that if there really was a God overlooking all of this, that God absolutely hates us. Absolutely hates us. But this is crazy. Attacking someone over religion stuff. Come on now. Seriously, let's grow up, folks. Let's grow up. I have to be honest, at this point, I feel like we need to grow out of the religion thing. We need to grow out of the religion thing. Grow out of the, I need to put myself in this box with this team because If you want to be on a team, then build a family, build a giant family. But joining this kind of stuff where you're just attacking other people who are essentially no different than you, just trying to find a belief system, something to believe in. Attacking them for it is ignorant. So I'm going to attack all of you because you're all dumb. Using this crap to attack each other makes you all dumb. And yeah, I see it as crap. So what? She do it to teach him a lesson? And it's common sense. I mean, why do you guys constantly have to keep telling people to use common sense? Like, it should be like, you got 3 strikes. If I have to tell you to use common sense 3 times, if we find you out there and you're not doing anything other than standing there holding a sign saying words, then you're going to go to jail. That's it. You're going to go to jail. So you want to protest peacefully, stand on the sidewalk, get the hell out of the way, or go to jail. That's it. Full stop. The end. Have a great day. Have a wonderful time. That's it. These constant and consistent and over the top warnings over and over and over again are why they're going to keep doing it, because they know you aren't doing anything about it. You're doing nothing about it. Because again, this is like memo number 75. Like, remember, guys, come on. We were done so good, and now we're backsliding. Like, come on. If you ain't standing on the sidewalk with your sign yelling words, then you're going to jail. We see liquid come flying our direction. We see an object come flying our direction. You better point to whoever did it. You better point to whoever did it. Otherwise, the entire group of where it came from is going to jail. The entire group. Because if you were in the military, one person jacks up, the entire group gets smoked. That's how it works. Because you're a team, you're a unit, you're one collective unit. So y'all want to act like an army, you get treated like an army. You don't oust them and go back to your civilian life and nope. They did it. They threw it. That was them. I'm holding my sign. If you don't out them, then the entire group should go to jail. Because you're an accessory. You're an accessory. You're an accessory to obstruction of justice. So, again, stop with the warnings. Stop with the warnings. It's obviously doing nothing because they've escalated. Now, this shows a true line of escalation, because it goes from harassment to being doxxed to being assaulted. That's a line of succession. So now that they're being assaulted, is that strike 3? You're going to start putting them in jail? Because I've seen this about 75 times. So 25 times. We only got a couple more to go before this actually takes root and we start actually prosecuting people, because I mean this is where we're at. This is where we're at. You're doing a whole lot of this and not enough of this. Stop doing this and act. Stand there. Watch YouTube videos on how unions strike, because it's kind of the same thing. A union strike is no different than a protest. It's a workers protesting working conditions, whatever. Some type of work environment, something or other. Treat it the same way. If they're not treating it the same way as a union would strike, protest, or do their strike protest, then they go to jail. They go to jail. They're not pointing out the bad people who are doing the bad things, then they go to jail too. Take the whole group to jail. Somebody's gonna start diming people out when people start getting actually start getting arrested. People are arguing. There's always, again, people obviously have never taken philosophy or any type of knowledge or learning where they talk about fallacies, because doing this, you're not doing anything other than this does nothing. I guarantee you. We'll go to Claude and just ask it if it's could this be seen as a fallacy, some type of fallacy. Because it is. It reads like a fallacy through and through. Oop. I'm probably spelling it wrong, but whatever. Fallacy, and if so, which one? Okay, so see that this is what this person is doing. They're making it to where they're framing it into a contradiction fallacy on his end, but the fallacy's not on Vance's end. The fallacy's on this end, because he's not actually. He's basically saying he's making it as though Vance said something 100% concrete, and then he's going back on it. He's contradicting it, as opposed to clarifying. I'm trying to rephrase it so that it looks at the poster as well as Vance. We know that the post is set up to be a contradiction fallacy, but the poster is leaving out a lot of context and bridging a gap because that's what they're doing. They're bridging a gap of absolutes rather than comparing essentially someone who's making a hard statement and then down the line creating a clarification to that. Saying, obviously, I didn't mean it in a complete absolute. There are going to be things bridging a gap between an absolute January 8th and a possible clarification in the later. See if we can change its mind. Exactly. All I had to do was challenge it from an actual human perspective, because that's what they've done. They've gone, they've bridged these two gaps. This was someone making a statement in regards to something. This statement who knows? It could be a clarification of it, because listen, watch.
The precedent here is very simple.
Okay, so we don't hear the question, we don't hear anything. We hear him saying it's very simple, as though he is coming right out of the gate talking absolutes. You don't hear the question leading to it, because there's a question. He's here talking to people. He's not having some random press conference about stuff. No. He probably talked about some stuff, got questions, and that's why this sounds like a tested response. Like someone asked a question, and it's like testing the waters of what he's going to say.
The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy it.
Boom! It crushed you. You're bridging. You're essentially doing that right there. You're making this little statement right here cover this. You're covering this covering the wrongdoing piece with absolute immunity, as if there aren't extenuating circumstances. Like if giving someone immunity means that they can't have random I hate you politicians, law enforcement, whatever. They can't have those they won't have those random people who are going to use things like the law and stuff like that, or their lack of knowledge of the actual law, to stand in the way of all these people. So you have to be able to remove those people out of the way. Otherwise, then all the politics you have a whole row of Ilhan Omars. You have them all over the place. Every politician who stands against ICE deportations would be out there, not just harassing and just being in the way. No, they would be actively engaging in tactics that would push ICE officers and police officers who are working to get rid of illegal immigrants they wouldn't actually be able to do their job because the response against them would be massive and there would be no stops. Then these people would be constantly pulled into court and that's all they would be doing. It'd be Trump term 2016 all over again. These guys would get no actual work done because they would be sitting in jail and court constantly. So they have to put up an immunity thing so that you can't just go after, we can't have these fake lawyers, fake judges, and fake public servants going after them. It doesn't mean that if the person otherwise breaks the law, they're not going to get punished for it. Of course they're going to get punished for it. So again, this is why the poster is posting a fallacy. There's no fallacy in Vance. There's absolutely no fallacy in Vance. Because you're bridging this connection and this connection when there is no connection. There's no reason to bridge it. There's no connection to bridge it. They're not even in the same neighborhoods. This is for law-abiding citizens in law enforcement, people who are doing things the right way, protected from political enemies. This is criminals, through and through criminals. Someone who's doing their job by the law, who's not doing criminal stuff. Because regardless of what you guys say, they're detaining people, they're ripping people out of their homes while they're naked. No, they're not. No, they're not. Stop. Stop. Just stop. Hush. Stop. Again, this is the fallacy. This person with this account, political analysis and reporting free of tribal prejudice. Are you, though? Are you? I don't think so. Your political analysis is dog shit. What did you report on? And this looks exactly like something someone against him would say. It looks exactly like that. Exactly like that. You're bridging a gap that don't belong. So shut up. Just delete your account. Go ahead and delete your account. Apologize to all 217.8 thousand of your followers for being really bad at what you do and actually being a biased piece of garbage. And just delete your account. Just delete it. And the fact that you pay for a check mark to be this dumb is insane. Insane. Like you could do it for free and you're over here paying $8 a month to do it. Insane. But then again, you got 217,000 people that are probably one of the reasons why you're able to pay $8 a month to show how dumb you are. Because there's 217,000 dumber people. Unless they just watch it to meme you. Now, I can understand that. I can understand that. They watch you to meme you. I had to read that again. Because I thought he was saying like normal, regular people are saying this. I'm like, I hope they're not saying that. Like this. This is dumb. This is the stupidest thing in the world. I mean, I would have to look into that, but this is dumb. Absolutely dumb. If Bill Gates believes this, I mean, doesn't surprise me. He's the number one human experimenter in the world. That's because he got some service from Don Lemon before Don Lemon stormed that church. That's why he don't know nothing about it. Don Lemon serviced him for that silence.
Anything. I mean, Frank, this is kind of wild.
I understand where you're coming from.
I know, and I know us to be here, and
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really content leaving for the day without further documentation, explanation, anything.
I understand, but it's time to go. We're just gonna say today's the last day, and that's what we're gonna operate from.
And there's nothing else y'all are going to offer me or plan to offer me.
No, I'll send you an email about off-board instructions that essentially outlines rates that you to submit your business report, and then detailing the pay and sit out.
And you will receive your year-end bonus from your performance for the year, so that will be in that paycheck too.
Okay. So, I mean,
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming
No,
from.
and I know you're going to keep saying I understand.
Yeah.
Like, I know that. And I know there's probably no magic.
I know you're
going
gonna keep saying that.
Together to procure some type of answer, but
Yeah.
I think on a surface level, like I'm not going to walk out of here until I say my piece. Like I mean, y'all know this. I just worked a series of 80, 90-hour weeks plus for AmFest.
Yeah, I think
I've had no direction or explanation since we've come back. Our CEO has been assassinated. I've done nothing but bend over backwards for this organization, to the point where I'm wondering if this is a prank.
it's not a prank. I would never do that.
So I'm just trying to understand. And
No, I understand. It's time to.
so do
it's
I
time
get to have a conversation with Dylan? Do I get to have a conversation with Justin or anybody? Or
Nope.
no? And there's no explanation as to why I'm going to let go, despite
Right now, we're leaving all.
and you're going to keep saying a different direction. But I'm trying to understand how I've met multiple times with my.
We're going a different direction with the team, and I have to ask you to leave now.
You have to ask me to leave the property.
Yes,
Due to what, Frank?
because we're asking you to leave because you've been terminated and we're not.
But there's no explanation or documentation for this. I've never had one bad review from Dylan. I've never had one issue with the company. I've never done anything unethical. And so I'm sitting here understanding why my entire livelihood is being completely tossed out. I mean, I sat
No,
in
you're
this chair.
you're gonna do great things.
No, and I
think you're
plan
likely
to.
I don't think you're.
That is such a slap in the face. I hate. You know who also says things like that? You know who also says things like that? People when they break up with you, men and women alike. You'll find somebody who will be able to treat you better. You'll find that perfect. It's just the exact same stuff. The exact same stuff. They're basically just saying things that people say to people when they break up with them. They're not giving any real reasons. Like this is we're supposed to be a professional world. Like this is supposed to be a massively professional company. Like they rake in millions and millions of dollars. How can they not be professional enough to give someone actual information of why they're being terminated? Like, I can understand if she just walked out and never came back. No explanation needed. Duh. But the thing about it is, you're this massively successful company. and you can't give someone the decency to tell them why they're being terminated? That's just, that don't sound right to me. It just doesn't sound right to me at all. It sounds like a company that's not massively successful, and they're afraid that the right person is going to give out the right information that does the wrong thing to them. And it's not the wrong thing, it's the right thing. Because if they're actually a bad organization now, like they got rid of Charlie because he was the thorn in a bad organization's side. Then yeah, that makes sense. Go through, clean house, find anybody who's not who doesn't carry undying loyalty, and get rid of them. And then yeah, don't tell them anything. Hey, we're going in a different direction. You'll do great things. We're breaking up now. Please lose my phone number. I'll take all the pictures you have of us. Can you take me off of your Facebook page? That was actually from experience. some of those things I actually pulled from experience. Yeah, I've actually heard those things. But that's what I'm saying. That's like the experience shows. To me, it's like that's what I would hear if somebody was breaking up with me. You'll do great things. You'll do great things with someone else. Like, well, why though? Why do I have to do great things with somebody else? That's what I'm saying. It sounds just like what is it called? A gilded lover, whatever. Whatever it is. It sounds like a bad breakup. And it's trying to keep it, the person doing all the breaking up is trying to keep it from spiraling out of control and doing damage control at the same time, which is why they're throwing out the subtle little flattery. You'll do great things, but not with us.
I think you're very successful.
And this was great. I didn't even get to that part. You're not being tossed out. Yeah, you are. You're literally like, does she actually have to be picked up by her arms by security and tossed out for you to say, okay, you're being tossed out? Like, sounds like you're tossing her out to me. Like you're telling her that she's fired and she's no longer welcome. Like all in the same breath. That's tossed out, bro. You straight tossed her out.
Well, my paycheck every other week is being tossed out, Frank, with absolutely no warning whatsoever.
But at this time, it's time for you.
So everybody's getting tossed out. Everything. Toss all of it out. Her paycheck. All your questions, toss that shit out. Get that out of here. We don't want none of that.
It's time for me to go. Why? Like this is the treatment that Turning Point is offering now.
It's time to go.
Frank, this is crazy.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from.
I don't think you do.
How do you say I understand where you're coming from? And that's like the 17th time you said that. You've only said that. I understand where you're coming from. You'll do great things. I'm sorry you feel that way. Hey, that's straight robotic. It's like she's talking to are you sure she's not talking to a long language model? It sounds like she's talking to a long language model. There's no way that's a person.
This feels without emotion.
I do understand where.
But it's Frank Turek. I'm pretty sure that's who she's talking to, Frank Turek. Who's part of TPUSA. He's like one of the people managers of TPUSA. So I'm almost positive that's who she's talking to, is Frank Turek. Oh, pass.
I mean, I sat in this chair completely without emotion.
But at this time, I have to ask you.
Frank, I'm really not content doing that.
Okay.
Because I know that when I leave there, my credential's not going to get back in, and I'm never going to have the opportunity to speak with somebody at this company as to why I'm being terminated after never having my performance questioned, after never doing anything wrong, after working tirelessly through the death of Charlie. This is wild. And you can, like, that's completely
I'm going to take a bet and say his response is going to be something canned. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry. Something. We know you'll do great things. We're asking you to leave. Some canned response. Some dodging of accountability and answering a simple question. You should be able to tell her. And even if you are suspecting people of leaking information, say that. Say that. We're investigating we've been doing investigations of people we suspect of leaking information. And seeing as we're not able to find the culprit of anyone leaking information, we're just going to terminate anybody who don't have a bunch of loyalty. If you don't have undying loyalty to us, then we're going to terminate you. Seeing as you're confused about why you're being terminated, you don't have undying loyalty. You would just take it. You would say, okay, I'm fired, bye, and leave. So you're not loyal. You're a leaker. You're a leaker of information. Get out of here, leaker.
satisfactory. And so I have to go home tonight with no plan, no understanding, asking for clarity multiple weeks in a row. And I'm confused. I sat in your office when that whole GC situation happened. And you said, and I quote, that if you don't get that job, I'm going to personally think that you got screwed over. And now I'm sitting here and I'm getting screwed over in a completely different capacity with no explanation.
Yep, I understand where you're coming from, but at this time,
So there's going to
I win. All your money are mine. All your money are mine. I win. Oh.
There'll be absolutely no explanation as to why.
Just call me fucking Nostradamus. Call me Nostradamus.
And so when I go to my next job, I can't explain as to why this chapter is closed.
We're going in different direction.
That's not an explanation.
Bam! And there's another one. We trifecta.
Providing from who?
From the organization.
From who, though? Justin, from Dylan?
From the organization. I only speak for the organization.
So different direction means what? Losing people that bend their backwards for the organization, losing people that would...
That's insane, dude. That's absolutely insane. That's crazy. But again, that's just what these organizations do, what they are. Oh, I want to see some uneasiness on Bill Gates.
What is going on in that environment?
Yeah, almost the top givers to global health have all reduced the amount they give. And so, Gavi raised, which does fundraising every 5 years. They were in Brussels in June for the replenishment hosted by us and Ursula von der Leyen. And we raised, we were down over 20%. Global Fund, actually, we were worried it would be even worse. And so things went better than we expected, but it's still less money. And so the Global Fund board sits there and says, okay.
Well, maybe people just got tired of you pushing this globalist agenda stuff, experimenting on Africans, experimenting on the Middle East, experimenting on the world, and saying you have the right to do so because you're rich, we're poor, they're poor, the rest of the world's poor, and they should be experimented on. Because in your mind, there's too many people in the world, even though we have tons of untapped land, we have tons of things on this planet, but we got people like him who got rich on stealing. Bill Gates and Steve Jobs stole all of their ideas from IBM. He's a thief. Steve Jobs is a thief. And these guys continue to get richer and richer, while people who actually do work and are hardworking get experimented on. So I'm glad. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. That's what you get.
How much do we cut TB versus malaria versus HIV? And that's, you know, the situation we find ourselves in. And, you know, this has real impact. From 2000 to 2024,
Yeah, I'm sure donors cutting money was why 200 some thousand people, 200,000 children died. Yeah, I'm sure that it is. It has nothing to do with you experimenting on everybody around the world.
we had record reductions.
But the crazy thing is 400 and some children go missing every year in the United States alone. So, and that's the crazy thing. These kids go missing. They find them not alive, and they trump it up to just children dying because of donor cuts.
Child to death.
These people are not good people. They're not good people. And that's why I try to tell everybody. They're not for us. They're not for you. They're not for anybody. They're for themselves, their friends, and who they can extract money out of. Out of who they can extract money for. There we go. They don't care about anybody they extract money out of. That's the whole point of doing what they're doing. Oh, yay, cool. Freaking idiot. You deserve to be in Filipino jail. You're over here harassing people. You don't get to harass people in other countries. Huh. So that's what it was. This is a coup. The coup is happening behind her. And she's just exercising. What's up, bud? I seen you. Trying to say hi. That's crazy. Oh, makes sense. Don't they call that nepotism? Didn't, may as well. I'm gonna ask. Could this be a form of nepotism? Would the following be a form of nepotism? I don't know how to spell it. Relatives. Okay. So So it's just mostly so it's pretty much more or less it's just looks like a conflict of interest. That's what I was gonna say. So it looks more like a conflict of interest. Yeah. Well, obviously, I'm not saying it's clear cut conflict of interest. No, I mean you can start an investigation on conflict of interest. There are signs. What I'm getting at is that there are signs for someone within the justice system to look into possible conflict of interest. Laws being broken. Yeah. There you go. And this is how you use AI as a tool. When if you see or feel like what it's giving you is a complete absolute, like you ask it a question, even if there's only one little piece of it that's going to, because obviously I was wanting to see if there is a correlation, if nepotism does cover things like married couples and things like that, but obviously it doesn't. It only deals with relatives and hiring / appointments or giving unearned advantages, like Joe Biden giving his son a seat on a board of a company that he doesn't belong in, like something he knows nothing about. That would be nepotism. Using his posture, if you will, to further a relative. Hey, I didn't even get to that. So that's why I asked. I didn't get to the conflict of interest piece. That's why I asked this. And then it's like, it goes into the absolutes. Even calling it clear, like, duh, I'm not calling it clear cut. And then I go into what I'm getting at is there are signs for someone within the justice system to look into possible conflict of interest. That's what's like, oh, okay. Yeah, then that's what it would be. I don't need to say what I thought about the nepotism, because it kind of like boils it back down to that's why I said something about nepotism. So yeah, it's possible conflict of interest for sure. Definitely possible conflict of interest. They better hope if it is, they better hope they've hidden the evidence well. Yeah, it's because I guarantee it's because there was some scummy dude who threw that. I guarantee. No, if a woman threw it, that's because that woman is so into the weeds with all of this. The topic is just kind of going through X and just looking at stuff. We've kind of come across quite a bit of stuff, just making comments about things like this. We've gone over and doing some theorizing within AI tools. The first thing I did was I asked about this post being a fallacy. And obviously, the way the post is made, this is a fallacy. It's built. The post built a contradiction fallacy. But what it didn't do is it didn't go in and separate the absolute from a more of a clarification thing, which is what I did here. Is the post is bridging absolute immunity and wrongdoing together, as opposed to keeping them separate like they are. Because in this one, he's not clarifying what this ultimately means. And it's kind of common sense. Somebody's not being given absolute immunity if they're a criminal. And that's what this post is doing. It's trying to bridge a connection between these two. And I just basically said, delete your account. Just delete it. You're bad. Delete it. And then we kind of gone into some Bill Gates stuff. It's always fun to make fun of Bill Gates, him and his crying globalist self. I love it. I love making fun of Bill Gates. Even though I'm on a Windows PC, I love making fun of that ding dong. Such an idiot. And then I made a joke about Don Lemon servicing Gavin Newsom. That's why he don't know nothing about no church thing. Because he gave him some service for that silence. Well, I'd say put Microsoft in anybody else's hands other than a pirate of Silicon Valley, and it might not be as dog shit as it is. But I'd say Microsoft isn't the worst thing to Bill Gates. Bill Gates is the worst thing to Microsoft. if Microsoft was able to exist outside of Bill Gates, I think Microsoft would be a lot better. It'd be a lot better. And then we went over this. This is insane. TPUSA cleaning house and just straight laid this lady off. Gave her no clarification. Just said, peace out, Girl Scout. We don't care what you got to say. Here's a bunch of canned responses. Go home. Didn't even let her let her know what was really going on. And then we came down to, more Bill Gates crying. Oh, we're down over 20%. And I'm clapping. Yay! You guys aren't killing as many people anymore. You're not making as many children disappear. Yay! He's such a scumbag. And of course, we get to Vitality, who should be in a Philippines prison. This thing with people, these guys who think that they're, I don't know, they have this weird right to go and harass people and cause issues in other countries. The Filipino justice system kind of jacked up. They should have at least put him in jail for a while to say, hey, we're not going to deal with this no more. You want to come over to our country and see what our culture's like and be a tourist, fine, but you don't get to come over here and act a fool. They should have held him in jail for a while. Now it just opens the door for more idiots to come over and act dumb. Oh, man, that was insane. I covered that last week. That was insane. Like the gall. You got to have balls as big as asteroids and as solid as them too, to think that was a great idea, let alone a good idea to do. That was insane, even if it wasn't the real tent. And it's not just like the whole TPUSA decided to put that on. The insane thing is the people are flocking to it like it's like it's some weird museum thing. And that's the weirdest thing about it, is that people were like trying to immortalize that whole thing. It was insane. Even to think about how insane that whole thing is. It shows, and it kind of goes into what I was saying last week as well. Is like people have become so desensitized to death that they're like, oh, I want to get a picture with it. That's literally like going into finding wherever the car was that JFK got shot in, hopping in the back seat and getting pictures taken, or getting a mock replica of the car and people are sitting there taking pictures in the back seat of it. That's, or going to the place where Martin Luther King got shot and setting up a whole thing, a whole display, and like, look, I'm getting pictures where Dr. King was killed. Or same thing with Malcolm X. It's like, it's insane that people were just like so desensitized. And I mean, I can understand, just like you don't want to get stuck in your empathy and your sympathy and your overly moral alignment, but there's got to be a barrier where you're like, nah, that's a little much. That's too much. Like, much would have been like just putting the tent itself behind glass on display. That's a bit much. Too much is setting up a tent where people can stand underneath it with the innuendo of being in the exact same spot where Charlie Kirk was killed. That's bonkers to me. Now you're thinking. That's exactly what it was. That's everything that's been released about that day, leading up to the event, about the event. It didn't make sense. It did not make sense. And that's one way I can tell that TPUSA was, they were clocking him out. They were clocking him out. I can tell. Just by hearing how relaxed the security was, how supposedly the security team couldn't put up drones, but the media team was able to put up a drone. Like, it's just so weird. Like, so many variables that happen with that. It kind of tells me that TPUSA was clocking him out themselves. They hung him out to dry. And which is insane. It's absolutely insane. And then we actually came across this. I didn't even know about this. This lady's doing her jazzercising, and she's filming the coup of her government rolling up. That's the coup taking place. The coup d'etat of her government is taking place behind her while she's jazzercising. That's insane. And then we ran into this. And we went over, asked Claude. I was iffy on the nepotism because I wasn't sure if nepotism also covered married couples. And this is just very much a clarification of that. And then I didn't even read all the way through it. I got to hear where it said no favoring relatives. I'm like, okay, makes sense. Then I'm like, so it looks more like conflict of interest then. And it's like, potentially. And then I have to question it because it's like, well, calling it clear conflict of interest, I'm like, no, that's not what I was asking. And I'm like, what I'm getting at is that there's signs of someone within the justice system to be able to look into this stuff for possible conflict of interest. And it's like, oh yeah, you're right. Kind of proving how you can change AI's mind by critically thinking about what you're saying to it. And it's not really changing its mind. It's like you're clarifying yourself to it so that it can actually go at what you're saying from a better angle, the angle you want it to go at. But yeah, this right here, this whole deal is kind of shady. that judge refused to sign off on the warrant for Don Lemon's arrest when he went up and was acting like a fool in that church. And this is the judge's wife, the Minnesota assistant AG. So that's kind of insane. And we talked about this, where most likely, I would say there's about an 80 to 90% chance, closer to 90% chance that the person that threw this rock was a guy. The other percent is if it's a woman, then she's very, very indoctrinated by all of this. AKA, she's probably afraid to speak against it because that's, to her, that's a death sentence. And then we get into running into more of this. And it's about as far as we got. Oh, excuse me. Now we're all caught up.
Please call an investigation.
I gotta hear this.
Why? What is your theory?
I love people going at Piers, going at Piers Morgan. He's such a goober.
Investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting
why is everybody
Egypt?
so? Why are we pretending that we don't know why we ask questions? Like why? Like you're a journalist.
But you
know
have a
what this
theory.
is. You're like, what's going on? What's going
your
on? Why do you
theory?
want to know why these planes were tracking Charlie? Well, my theory is that we are being sold absolute Fed slop. The media is doing their Operation Mockingbird Part 2 scenario by telling us, well, unless you absolutely have a conclusion, you can't even ask the question. Yes, we very well
But it
damn
may
can.
be,
Keep
Candace.
asking consistent questions until we get a clarified explanation for what happened on that day. And right now, we have nothing, okay? And that is the reason why people are watching my show, because I'm the only one not treating them like they're absolute idiots who don't have two eyes and who believe in magic bully theory and who understand that Egyptian planes should not have been tracking Charlie even 3 times this year would be an anomaly,
But Candace,
okay? They've been tracking him. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's
Could
you
be.
by saying, why are you asking
be.
questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's
He's such a turd.
the media members quite literally
I love
being
watching
put
him
on
get
the payroll of the
slayed.
CIA. We have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been anything that has come out of this investigation that makes any sense that the public is not listening to. I am sorry to say this.
I like
people
hearing
you.
Candace
And what
off
I love
cuff.
about you and I sitting down is that this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually,
So you know what, Piers?
this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again. And you realize the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular and then you change your mind.
I feel like I want to go watch that whole interview because I love watching Piers Morgan get slayed. Sometimes, and it's very few times, Piers Morgan doesn't end up the slayed dragon in any of his interviews. But I absolutely love watching him be slayed like a dragon. Because the dude, he's not even a fierce dragon either. He's like a weak little noodle dragon that don't breathe fire, doesn't roar, doesn't fly, has stubby little legs, and barely can get around. Because how do you even call... You can't really call him a journalist. A journalist is a fact finder. Is someone who's trying to find the truth. This statement right here takes him out of the journalistic world to begin with, because journalists don't wait till things become popular and then they change their mind on it. It might not be exactly cut and dry like that, but a lot of what I've seen of him is very oppositional to a lot of the points So you can't call yourself a journalist when you go into almost everything with a bias. And his whole reason for talking to her is always a bias. He always has this weird biasness against her asking questions. He's always trying to get her to question the questions she's asking and get her to, I don't know, the king of gotcha. There you go. That's what he's always trying to do. He's trying to get you in a gotcha. Piers Morgan, the king of gotcha. Don't let him get you in a gotcha. He's such a turd. I want one. Oh. Like Seth Rollins for a second. That's what I said. They're not going to be able to find out who's actually leaking information, so they're just going to go through. If you don't have undying loyalty for them, if you even questioned anything that they had to say at all ever, if you even sighed when somebody Turning Point said anything, then you're probably going to get fired. You're going to be looked at as somebody who doesn't have undying loyalty, and they're going to get rid of you. So if you aren't willing to be murdered for Turning Point USA, then you might want to leave. I thought they were breaking out MREs and say they're giving everybody in the United States MREs. I want some MREs. I love MREs. I mean, if I get the omelet and I have to eat the omelet, I'll eat the omelet, but I want some MREs. I love MREs. Should have been forever ago. Yeah, to be honest, the invention of the stock market should have been followed by a law that politicians and their immediate family members cannot engage in stock trading. And politicians instantly sign, the moment you become a politician, you instantly sign NDAs. Instantly sign, you're forced to sign NDAs to where you can't disclose any thing that could be seen as insider trading. That should have happened during the invention of the stock market, which is how you can tell that the stock market was probably created to enrich the already enriched. So, yeah. Sounds a little weird to me. Again, did taxpayers agree to spend $700 billion on Greenland? Because if not, I would say, oh, look, she got her new man. Is that Erica? Probably. It looks old. She looks really young. She doesn't look like she's current Erica Kirk. Looks like old Erica Kirk. But she, for being a Catholic girl, she's awful handsy on camera. Oh, look at her. She's real handsy on camera for being that Catholic girl. They're usually, some of them Catholic girls be promiscuous. My goodness. I mean, I would say Newsom. Newsom looks like he does coke. If Newsom's doing drugs, he'd be playing in the snow for sure. Newsom's on anything, it's the snow. hilarious when people try to diagnose someone else's mental cognitive ability. I think Donald Trump's mental cognitive abilities are slipping. Okay. Like one of their favorite things to do is diagnose people. I mean, whoop-de-doo. They called me sir. All right, sir. Can you leave? Can you leave, sir? Who cares? Misidentified me. That is not my gender. Whatever. Cry about it. If you need a crane to deliver your TV, you're probably buying it. Your TV's too big. Especially like you're living in an apartment, dude. You live in a tiny little 1-bedroom studio apartment that's about to be taken up entirely by a TV. You're gonna be sleeping on the TV. You have no apartment left. Oh, somebody's feelings hurt. You have been blabbing to everyone about how you are working on a secret project for of course she comes in. You weren't attacked, dweeb. Oh, it's so funny. People get so butthurt about stuff. Are you going to jail? Are you in handcuffs? And cry harder somewhere else. If you're not being arrested for what somebody's saying about you, or an investigation's not being out there, and if what they're saying isn't a criminal offense, then shut up. Grow a spine. Just nobody's really listening. Oh. I don't know how obedient to God you are, woman. You be doing the weird stuffs out there. Oh hell, that's jacked up. Yeah, at that rate, I wouldn't care if you were my favorite celebrity in the world. Like, nah, you gotta go, dog. You gotta go. You don't get a jack up my cake for Steve Martin, for anybody. Hey, who the hell do you think you are? That's insane. You ruined somebody's wedding cake because you think you got the right to. I'm a celebrity. I thought I could do stuff like that. Oh. Yeah, Paris Hilton? Of course it is. Like, but someone in talking about this stuff who hasn't objectified themselves for the last 20 years. Well, she's slipped way back into the background, maybe over the last decade. But this woman built her career off of objectifying herself. Like, put somebody up there that actually, put a normal woman up there. Put a normal woman who has children that they don't want affected by this stuff. Not this blowhard sniffs her own farts when she's in the private of her home celebrity. Like, we don't. Why is it that celebrities are meant to be the ones we need to listen to? I would be more inclined to listen to Sharon across the street. It's got a house full of kids. Not childless Paris Hilton. Yeah, y'all, people love to put these people on a pedestal for no reason. It should be, this should be the end of this sentence. No more American taxpayer money for any country. That's it. That's it. End of statement. Done. Moving on. That's what that should say. American taxpayer dollars don't go to any other country. Period. And we're out. All right. Well, looks like X has gotten into the drivel. Go to YouTube. I don't know how to spell it. I learned how to spell. See what YouTube is looking like. News. Bell's Board of Peace in Davos. Yeah, I doubt anything's gonna come of that. How much US will pay for Greenland? Yeah, 700 billion plus 100,000 per person. So 100,000 times how many ever citizens they have. That's how much the American taxpayers are about to pay for that. That's why he's wanting to cut all the costs of everything else, because we're about to go on a conquest mission around the world. America's about to sop up a lot of countries. A lot of countries about to become America.
So much going on. Iran has offered the first government-issued death toll from its bloody crackdown on protests around the
Guarantee it's higher.
And it's far lower than the count by human rights groups. Trey Links joins us now from Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey.
How did I know? I guarantee you it's off by probably a couple 100,000 people.
Yeah, hey, Brian, good morning. We are following developments out of Iran as the internet blackout there reaches 2 weeks of total darkness.
Still blacked out.
Overnight, Iranian
Yeah.
state media released
That rate, don't believe a single number they put out then. If their internet's not back on and it can be fact-checked against what's actually going on the ground, then yeah, I wouldn't believe a single word they say. Probably try to catch and see what this guy's saying about it after.
death toll numbers from
Yeah.
the protests in Iran, saying that 3,117 people were killed, more than 2,400 of whom were civilians. The true number is believed to be much higher, with some estimates as high as 16,000 people. President Trump spoke about Iran at Davos today, focusing on his success with destroying the country's nuclear program.
I'd say they're out there calling their herd.
Nuclear enrichment capacity with operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer.
Well, if they keep killing
See what he
people, will you
says.
go back and-
Well, I don't want to talk about that because I don't want to put myself in a position. I can't say that. I don't want to say it because I think it would be stupid for me to say that.
You were just talking all that mad gab a week ago, though. Oh, that's right. Your boss has told you to shut up. Gotcha.
That we bring in exiled Iranian Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who says that the regime is on the verge of collapse. Crown Prince Pahlavi, thank you very much. It's good to have you back on the program, sir.
Good to be back, Martha.
How do you interpret that exchange with Maria Bartiromo and President Trump?
Martha, in the middle of what's happening, I think I can update you with the latest news that I had from Iran itself. I just got off the phone with a political prisoner that managed to somehow connect to the internet. And here's what the situation on the ground is. It's an ongoing war between the people and this regime. The regime has massacred them, and it is in total darkness that it is carrying out even more brutality by shooting people in hospitals under the direct order of Khamenei, not to let anyone who was even wounded alive. That's the extent of their brutality, and the numbers you quoted is correct. We anticipate at least 20,000 people dead, if not more, across the land. Now, one thing that the world and this audience needs to realize is that these brave Iranians are saying, we are fighting not just for our own liberation, but to free.
Oops.
Their words at all.
Yeah, President Trump suggested that talks might be in the works. He talked about the devastation to Iran's nuclear program by the B-2 strikes that were carried out by the United States and ground strikes
Islamic regime.
by the Israelis.
Right there.
But there is a lot of discussion in the things that
Islamic regime are the modern day Nazis.
And talks with the Iranian leadership. What do you say to President Trump about that suggestion?
Look, President Trump is a man of his word and he's a man of peace. And he does realize that the best way to protect lives is to...
Enough of that. Has been covering more Minnesota stuff.
See, again, y'all are throwing race into all of this. Nobody's throwing race into it.
He's a race.
Point to the Karen. A group of Karens doing what they do best, being wastes of space. Oh, goodness gracious.
He's black. So you've got a bunch of fat white women sitting here calling this black guy a race traitor because he's arresting Mexicans or Hispanics? What the fuck are you doing? Isn't that crazy? Is he a race traitor?
See, again, y'all throwing...
And how you got to be completely ignorant. These are the women who are supposedly fighting the good fight. These are supposedly the good fight fighting women.
Y'all are throwing race into all
God.
this. Nobody's throwing race into it.
They're all out in their leggings and their Ugg boots and their Crocs. They're all fat in their fat muffins and their $75 coat.
Jesus, bro. Bro, this is
They drove down from their gated communities in their $90,000 to $100,000 cars that are parked like 17 blocks away, and they took the protester funded transportation over there.
insane.
Without your mask on and without your shitty little Timu getup.
Oh, look at her. Look at this idiot ass witch. Yeah. What's that movie called? Is it The Witches? The original. No, that's not it. What's the witch movie where they turn kids into mice? Where they're what's up, bud? Yeah, it's called The Witches. 1990 version. So that was it. That's who that lady looks like. One of those witches. One of those witches from that movie. She's trying to keep her mask on her head. Look at her. Oh my goodness. She's definitely one. I don't know why anybody would wear a fat costume. Just be a witch at that point. Can't just be a witch. You got to be a fat witch. Oh, it's hilarious.
Your ass would be stopped by ICE and you fucking know it.
Oh, shut up, you fatty. I can't watch it anymore. I just can't deal with watching too many Karens.
Fox News alert, Ilhan Omar under investigation after racking up.
Networks operating in Minnesota dating back more than a decade have submitted over $9 billion. That's $1 billion with B in false claims. Some high-profile cases in Minnesota include organizations and programs such as Feeding Our Future, Early Intensive Developmental and Behavioral Intervention, Housing Stabilization Services, and Integrated Community Supports. Now we're going to watch a video.
It's welfare fraud. It's all about the daycare.
They estimate as much as $100 million
a year is being stolen by potatoes.
Daycare center operators.
So how much money are we talking about stolen from the American taxpayer?
Well in excess of $1 billion.
Ripping off state-run programs intended to feed low-income kids, house the disabled, and provide services to autistic children.
Where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at? Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
Are there children here today?
No.
No children.
Yes.
So this is Quality Leering Center. Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Attorney General Keith Ellison was focused on one thing and one thing only, and that was keeping these folks in business.
When do you think Governor Walz knew about this fraud?
From the very beginning.
What happened here in Minnesota that allowed this fraud to materialize?
The people at the highest levels of responsibility in the government of the state of Minnesota looked the other way.
Fraud within these programs have involved false claims, fictitious providers, and services not rendered, highlighting the need for stronger verification, monitoring, and enforcement to protect taxpayer funds. These fraudulent actions have robbed taxpayer funds intended to feed children, support individuals with autism, provide housing for low-income and disabled Americans, and deliver health care to Medicaid recipients. Since 2021, the DOJ has charged 98 defendants in Minnesota-based fraud cases, 85 of whom are of Somali descent. Of the 98 defendants, 64 have been convicted. DOJ has now undertaken extensive investigative action, which includes issuing over 1,750 subpoenas, executing more than 130 search warrants, and conducting more than 1,000 witness interviews. Since the start of the Trump administration, the federal response to fraud in Minnesota has intensified following a series of high-profile cases involving state-administered, federally funded programs. One of the initial instances of high-profile fraud in the state involved the nonprofit Feeding Our Future, which was at the center of a $250 million COVID-19 related fraud scheme. As part of the scheme, fraudsters exploited Department of Agriculture, USDA food programs designed to provide meals for children. Federal prosecutors ultimately convicted 57 defendants and described the scheme as the nation's largest COVID-era fraud. The issue gained renewed national attention in late December 2025 following a widely shared YouTube video posted by one of our witnesses, Mr. Nick Shirley. Mr. Shirley's work highlighted suspected fraud in Minnesota child care programs. His reporting prompted federal authorities to intensify investigations, expand oversight, and coordinate multi-agency enforcement efforts. A week ago today, Mr. Shirley released a second video that documented alleged fraud in the transportation industry intended to provide rides for children, the disabled, and the elderly. Mr. Shirley uncovered companies with questionable addresses and vehicles intended to transport children, the disabled, and the elderly that remained idle for extended periods of time. We look forward to hearing from Mr. Shirley about what he was able to uncover. But how did we get here? Hopefully another witness, Scott Dexter, a former fraud investigator for the Minnesota Department of Human Services, can shed some light on that for us. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that this massive wave of fraudulent activity didn't just have the consequence of ripping off taxpayers. It has drastically impacted legitimate organizations that are truly helping their neighbors. Jennifer Larson is here today to share her story about how this massive fraud has crippled her organization that serves autistic children. We'd like to think that these fraudsters will one day face justice, but it appears that is not always the case. For example, Yasmin Ali, a daycare and home health care owner charged with stealing millions from Minnesota taxpayers, after being granted bail, disappeared before a trial and has not been located since. That was more than a decade ago. The tentacles of this fraud ring are widespread and include crimes other than fraud. For example, the aforementioned Yasmin Ali. Her brother, Adaris Abdullah Ali, pleaded guilty in 2009 to lying to federal grand jury about his knowledge of a group of young Somali men in Minneapolis who traveled to Somalia to fight with Al-Shabaab, a foreign terrorist organization against the transitional federal government of Somalia. We can also consider the fact that at least $700 million in U.S. cash transported via passenger luggage through Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport. The incidents are all currently under federal investigation, with the majority carried by couriers traveling to Somalia, other African nations, and the Middle East. While no definitive links to funding terrorism have been established yet, we know that hundreds of millions of dollars in cash are being transported to areas where foreign terrorist organizations are active. What could possibly go wrong? A whistleblower has alleged that TSA personnel at MSP, Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, repeatedly identified and flagged routine encounters with Somali men carrying large suitcases filled with bundled cash, often exceeding $1 million. During an interview, a former TSA agent at MSP from 2016 to 2021, now a whistleblower, Liz Jackson, noted that she saw, quote, suitcases packed with millions of dollars in cash moving through MSP again and again, carried by the same type of couriers, which raised questions that she feels law enforcement and political leaders still haven't answered, close quote. Jackson further explained her repeated encounters with Somali men carrying suitcases packed with cash, and in one case, a bag filled with new passports. According to Jackson, the volume, consistency, and profile of the transactions she witnessed were well beyond ordinary or everyday behavior. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has noted that the department is currently investigating where Minnesota's taxpayer dollars are being placed. Additional reports show that Somali individuals in the United States send roughly $215 million abroad each year. On January 9th, Secretary Bessent indicated that the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN, informed 4 money transfer organizations that they're under investigation for their roles in the fraud scheme involving the theft of funds from social services in Minnesota. He also indicated that some banks in Minnesota are being investigated by the Internal Revenue Service's Civil Enforcement Division for allegations related to money laundering. As you can see, there's much to unpack surrounding these numerous fraud schemes taking place in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Just cut me up some taters.
I would be remiss if I didn't suggest and urge additional investigation throughout this entire country. I know that in my home state of Arizona, our Democrat Attorney General came in to office and quickly said that there had been $2.5 million in fraud just in the
get rid of starch water I had in my cabinet.
Released over the last
Open
year,
that dude up. My
It's been suggested that as much as $7.2 billion in fraud annually take place in Arizona.
I mean, we already knew this stuff was out of control anyway. Like, the fraud has been out of control. Guarantee nothing's going to happen to the Clintons.
As we're hearing from
A bunch of show.
There he was holding that meetings on holding the Clintons in contempt. Let's listen in.
All of the Epstein files it's supposed to?
It's my understanding the Attorney General is going to turn over all the documents once they're redacted. Now, we have seen the Attorney General comply with our subpoena. They have turned over documents, as I said numerous times today, and I've said numerous times on most of the networks that are here today. We would like for the pace to pick up. We want to get the documents. We're not going to let her off the hook. But from a legal standpoint, she is complying with the law, and we expect to get the documents very soon.
In addition to your subpoena, though, are you concerned that she has not complied with
No,
the law?
with our subpoena, with my subpoena, she's complied. She's turning over documents. Again,
But also the Epstein Files
well, the Epstein Files Transparency Act is a Judiciary Committee thing. They put a date on it. She's going to be in front of the Judiciary Committee in 2 weeks. And I think that's the important thing with what the Democrats were trying to say today about Bondi. And look, no one on our side is defending Bondi. Let me be very clear. No one on our side is defending Bondi. But we have to recognize there are a lot of documents. They produced documents, I think, on 2 different document drops. The first one, the Democrats complained there were not enough redactions. In the second drop, they complained there were too many redactions. So, ever how many pages, we've heard numbers range from several 100,000 to several million pages of documents. That's a lot of eyes that are going to have to be over it and review it to try to make the redactions, because the victims have made it clear to us that they want anything pertaining to their privacy redacted. And that's the impression I'm under that the Department of Justice is trying to do.
Mr. Chairman, is it important, is there still an opportunity for the Clintons to negotiate some sort of satisfaction of the subpoena, even though you've taken this step with contempt?
There's always an opportunity. It's going to be 2 weeks before this is on the floor. We're going to have to notice this is going to be treated like any other bill. We're making sure every I's dotted and every T's crossed, because they have a very expensive legal team. So obviously there are going to be a couple of more days this week, depending on the weather. Then there'll be 3 days notice, and then we can vote on it. I've been assured we're going to vote on it. So that's 2 weeks, because we're going to be off a week. They're going to have 2 weeks that they're going to theoretically be able to negotiate. But one thing that I want to make very clear, a lot of what the Democrats were saying today, and I'm not accusing the Democrats on the committee of lying. I'm accusing the lawyers for the Clintons of not being truthful. They were not in good faith negotiating. They never made a proposal.
And see, that's insane. That is absolutely insane. How is the government afraid of a politician's lawyer? That is bonkers to me. That's absolutely insane.
An actual transcript. And I don't think anyone in the media would accept any type of interview without a transcript. Then you're going to have notes, and it's going to be Clinton's word against my word, Garcia's word against my word. That's no good. There should be a recorded, at the very least, transcript, if not audio and video. I would argue all three of the deposition. That is the law. That is what is considered legal in court, and I don't think anyone in the media would argue against that. So, yes.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. What specific steps will oversight Republicans take to ensure that the Clintons are not treated differently than others who have been held in contempt of Congress, like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro?
Well, the process will be once it goes on the full House floor, and I expect a lot of Democrats to vote on this on the floor. And then it'll be delivered to the Department of Justice, and I think that question then can be asked to the Attorney General.
Mr. Chairman, the argument from the Clintons was that they had provided sworn declarations when they received the subpoena and were asked to testify. They argue that other folks who were asked to testify, you accepted the sworn declarations, but you wouldn't accept it as feasible for them. Why weren't the sworn declarations enough for the Clintons?
Because the people that we accepted the sworn depositions from, they replied that they had no relationship and they weren't directly involved in the Epstein investigation. There are no pictures of Merrick Garland or James Comey or Eric Holder who are Democrats, I might add, and Jeff Sessions, who's a Republican. Those were the four that we accepted the declarations from. There's no evidence that anyone's seen, no pictures anyone's seen of them with Epstein or Maxwell, nor is there any evidence that they were directly involved in the investigation. Now, if we find out those declarations are false, then they've committed perjury, and they know that. So they complied with our subpoena. And again, there was no evidence. And remember, let's be very clear here. This all came about from a subcommittee hearing in this room where Democrats made a motion, Summer Lee, to subpoena the Epstein files, and then Scott Perry made an amendment and put all these names on it, and everyone voted for it. That's how the whole Epstein investigation was born in the Oversight Committee, and that's where the names came from. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. Everyone besides the Clintons have complied, and 2 Republicans actually sat down for hard-hitting depositions. You can look at the transcript with Barr and Acosta, and the Republicans weren't any less confrontational with their questioning than the Democrats. We are sincere. We want to know the answers. We want to get the truth to the American people. We expect Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice to deliver the documents, and we hope that people are finally held accountable for crimes, and we want to know why
They won't be. They'll be able to do and continue to do all
this
that.
be prevented in the future.
When do you expect Pam Bondi to release those documents? It's been more than a month since the statutory deadline, and there have only been 2 drops of documents. You say you're confident the Attorney General will comply. When do you expect the full documents to be out, and is there a deadline by which you expect her to produce the documents, or else you would pursue something like contempt?
I was hoping the documents would be dropped today, or whatever they've redacted thus far. I would be shocked if some of the documents aren't dropped before her testimony for the Judiciary Committee. You're all going to be there, and that was another argument when the Democrats were coming back with Bondi. She's coming in front of Congress. Now, she's coming from the Judiciary Committee because, among other things, the discharge petition is a judiciary jurisdiction. So if we're not satisfied with testimony from Judiciary, I could see a scenario where we ask her to come in front of the Oversight. We're serious about getting the documents. This isn't political. Remember, one of the things that I said in this hearing today, one of the first demands from I shouldn't say demands, one of the first requests from the victims when we met privately, Republicans and Democrats, for 2 hours, is subpoena the estate. I did that. I had no idea what was going to be in those documents. It could have been very damaging to Republicans. It could have been very damaging to very important people. I had no idea. We want the truth. No one on my committee said, don't subpoena the estate. We want it. Everyone voted for the discharge petition except one. We want the documents. We want to get answers. We want to hold people accountable, and we're not protecting anyone who committed any crimes.
Given the point you made about the photos and the personal relationship that former President Clinton had with Jeffrey Epstein, should President Trump also be subpoenaed because he had a personal relationship with Epstein?
Well, obviously, President Trump's answered a lot of questions, and I'm looking around the room, and many of you have asked President Trump questions about Epstein, and I'm confident President Trump's going to have to answer more questions from you all. You're very curious.
Under oath by your committee.
Well, there's never been a sitting president come under oath in an oversight committee hearing, but we'll see what how this plays out. We want to get the truth, and look, I'll go back to what Bill Barr said, who I don't think anyone would argue is a big fan of President Trump. He said under oath in the deposition that he believed that if there had been anything damaging about Donald Trump in the Epstein files, that it would have been released before the election.
Were you surprised by some of the Democrats who voted for this?
I was not. I've always hopeful that some Democrats would vote for it. Look, when we were in that meeting with the victims, there were some Democrats, and they were the ones that voted in favor of holding the Clintons in contempt. They were sincere about wanting to get the truth, and they were sincere that they didn't care if the victimizers were Democrats. They didn't care who they were. They wanted to provide accountability and get some justice for the victims. So I felt like in my heart there would be Democrats vote for it, and I'm very, very proud of the ones who did. And I might add, more Democrats voted for this than against it.
And what about the concern about setting a bad precedent here of having a former president come in, regardless of the circumstances, regardless of what you think that you need him for, but the idea that goes down a very slippery slope.
Well,
when we've had the Supreme Court rule that the current president is immune from any type of prosecution, and you're going to drag a former president in here conceivably.
Well, look, this was voted on by the Democrats as well in the committee.
But the concern about the precedent.
Well, look, I mean, no one's above the law, Chad, and there are a lot of questions about the numerous visits that Epstein had to the White House when Clinton was president. There are numerous questions about the number of times that President Clinton flew the post-presidency on Epstein's plane. Again, no one's accused Bill Clinton of any wrongdoing, but we have a lot of questions. And to my knowledge, he's never sat down with any of you and answered any questions. So hopefully someday we'll know the truth.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead. I've answered a bunch. Go ahead.
What do you think about Congressman?
Yeah, some people vote president on things. I don't know. I don't even know why that's a thing. I don't think I've ever voted president other than when we do the roll call vote. But, I guess president's better than voting no. I don't. Go, Annie.
Two things. When we were talking about President Trump, you said we'll see how this plays out in terms of whether he would be involved in this investigation. So are you not ruling out that you might need to talk to President Trump?
We're going to talk to. We're going to talk. Look, everything. I've said this publicly many times. There's nothing that I've seen that implicates President Trump. When we met with those victims, I think it's very public. There were several Democrats that made very clear to ask the victims if they ever saw President Trump do anything wrong, and every one of them said no. They never saw. The only thing they said was they knew. One said that they heard Jeffrey Epstein say he was friends with President Trump, which that isn't a lot of evidence of any wrongdoing. So again, I go back to what Bill Barr said. If there had been any evidence of wrongdoing,
he was skating around something there.
Come out. But look, as the documents come in,
he was trying to find the correct word to use.
Evidence is revealed.
Why he stumbled around.
We'll go from there. No one's above the law, and we're not going to leave any box unchecked. I'll answer one more question.
Do you think that Bill Clinton's history and Monica Lewinsky that contributed to this vote and why?
I don't know.
But that is well known about him.
Yeah, I don't know. Trying to stay. Look, one of the things that I think it wasn't men. I can't remember. One of the Democrat members said, "Well, the lawyer said you wouldn't agree to have the scope just about the Epstein." That's not true. We've always just cared about the Epstein stuff, and that's what we did in the Biden investigation. We didn't bring Hunter Biden in and ask about the stuff on the laptop other than the money. That's what our investigation was about, influence peddling. We never veered into the salacious stuff on the laptop, and that's the same with this. We're not going to go back in history on any sins or wrongdoing that Clinton may have committed in the past. It's all Epstein related. We want to know what anyone that spent a lot of time with Epstein, what they knew, if they saw anything, if they can help us, point us in a direction. We have no idea how Epstein made his money. We have no idea how he accumulated so much wealth. Remember, his estate's worth $750 million. So there's just so many questions that we have. That's what our question of Bill Clinton would have been about had he complied with the subpoena. I'll answer your question. I'll leave.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. I wanted to ask about the Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon situation. Has there been some conservatives saying they think it's a double standard? I've heard other legal arguments that the circumstances of those cases.
Funny enough, Steve Bannon's been silent.
Yeah.
Well, ever since his photos popped up.
I guess it goes to whether you.
That dude's been a big old mouth, but now he's silent.
Some people believe it was a legitimate committee. Some people don't. The reason some don't, and I fall in the category that I don't, is this committee, statutory committee, the Democrats appoint who they want on the committee. I don't say, no, I don't like Jared Moskowitz. He can't be on the committee. If Hakeem Jeffries or whoever's in charge of the Democrat Party, if they want Democrats I don't like on the committee, that's tough. I gotta take what they said. So the January 6th committee, when Kevin McCarthy appointed members of the committee, Nancy Pelosi said, no, I don't like Jim Banks. I don't like Jim Jordan. We're not going to have them on the committee. And that tainted it from the start. But regardless, if you are in the school of thought that it's a legitimate committee, they were issued a subpoena and they didn't comply with the subpoena. So look, I think the law is very clear. When you're issued a congressional subpoena, you need to comply with that subpoena. And the last thing I'll say before I leave, there was a point in debate back and forth with Mr. Garcia and I. If you look at the letter that Bill and Hillary Clinton sent me, one of the things they said when they were attacking me was, this is an unlawful subpoena. I asked Mr. Garcia, do you agree with the Clintons that this is an unlawful subpoena? And he said, no, sir, that's a lawful subpoena. So that right there, I think, hurt the entire argument that the Clintons had. And I think the Clintons probably are thinking more about how they can get out of this today than they were for the last 5 months, because the court of public opinion is not on the Clinton side. And
it never has.
Reason, some of the Democrats, not all, some of the Democrats crossed over. The American people want to.
Bill did a very good job at crushing any type of support, overwhelming public support that the Clintons could have. Bill definitely killed that. And it didn't help that his wife likes disappearing people. So, yeah. Just don't be bad people.
Hear from anyone and everyone who has any knowledge about Epstein and Maxwell and any potential wrongdoing. And remember, there's also a legislative purpose in this. We want to see if there's anything we can do to pass any type of legislation to further prevent sex trafficking or identify sex traffickers or be able to apprehend sex traffickers any sooner. So we've got a lot going on here, a congressional investigation, try to answer questions for the American people, as well as legislative intent to try to hope.
Hopefully they release some unredacted files soon. What's up, bud? How's the thing?
Yeah, the police cannot stop us. They cannot stop us.
Today, how far? The check did not clear. $180,000. Where is the money? The money is not available. The money, they say the money did not go. Bro, you have to check the stuff, man. Check the wire, everything did not go through, bro.
I'm with Bank of America. How may I direct your call?
Hello, this is Nicholas White. I want to check the account.
Can you just answer a couple questions to verify this account? Starting
No. This is Nicholas White. I want to open the account.
Okay, sir. At this time, I'm unable to verify this account, and we'll be transferring you forward to the fraud department center.
We do not care. 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 I say what this is. I do it again. How far now? Yes, boss. I have money. I have money. You don't know. I do it again. I do it again. It's nothing. Look, this is all money. That's all money. Gucci for your body, baby. We will eat the money. We will eat the money. Wipe it with the money. Wipe it with the money. Try this one, sir. We'll try this one. City National Bank. City National. There's money in that account.
This one too.
Let me call my bank now. The account. When you put the money in the account, that. Yeah. The police cannot
He's an
stop
idiot.
us. They cannot stop us.
Today, how far? The check did not clear.
The check not clear.
Here at the South Park Leering Center, we're not just retarded, we're Minnesota retarded. Ilhan Omar was educated here, and she's completely retarded. And I know this might come as a surprise, but I myself am retarded. Here at the South Park.
Oh, I gotta hide my porn. My goon document. Oh, fucking. All you gotta do is not be a bad person. It's easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The hell did my notepad document go? I didn't close you. I'm minimize you, asshole. Gotta keep my goon list up. I guess we can go play some Warframe. Channel promoter. Thank you for the follow. That. What's up, dude? What are you doing? I think I was... Yep. 3 more quests. Investigate the sound on Deimos for some reason. Lotus.
Oh. It's you.
And her flip phone. First time I've seen her without her thing on her face.
I've seen that device before. Some kind of communicator.
Do you mind explaining exactly what you mean by that?
You, my child, the great indifference wants to take. I want to let it. I feel only the call. You, my champion. Please, drown out that noise that beckons. If any other answers the call, no, it has to be you. Our paradox.
Egypt cat.
Do you hear it? The calls of angels, devils, life itself. It's grown so loud. It tries to follow in his footsteps through time. You must find him first.
Tagfer is the last example of
Please,
his
remember to hand in any
entire
Voca you
species.
encounter
That
for analysis.
howl, a call for a mate he knows will...
Someone is attempting to contact the operator. Please check your inbox.
Happy Y2K. Tell you what I was doing. Know exactly what I was doing on New Year's Eve, 1999.
It's December 31st,
Playing
1999.
Turok.
Let's say goodbye to the old year with a track you all know and love from global sensation Online.
Matter of fact, playing Turok. Played Turok after I played the Jumanji board game, because we got the Jumanji board game that Christmas. We also got 13 Dead End Drive, Mousetrap, our like third copy of Sorry. We went through that game a lot. Beat the piss out of that game.
Again!
Guy's got the typer hand.
Bastard!
Well, now you don't know where you need to go. I don't have that good of a memory, man. I wasn't even reading it. Damn it.
I'm on break, Arthur. Don't mess with my game time.
Need my Tommy keys, Amir. I'm not letting another lead on Entrati go to waste.
Oh, that was cheating.
He's Volt. So is he Excalibur? Excalibur, Volt. Is this Mag?
My keys better not be in that mess.
It's Mag.
Learn to hotwire. Jeez.
So he is Excalibur. I mean, I should have been able to tell by his outfit. And the katana's kind of a dead giveaway as well. Wouldn't be Rhino, would it?
Did you take my damn keys? Don't distract me, Boy Scout. No
Marks.
disrespect, Quincy. Got places to be is all.
Don't have a
Someone is taking my stuff.
formal frame name. Does look familiar.
How's she doing?
If she wasn't your blood, she'd be on her own out there.
Trinity.
Sewers. Ass deep in Techron, most likely. I'm going after him. For all our sakes. Letty, look, if you've taken my keys again...
Nyx. Nice. Got faces to names. I love it. So these are the Warframes, who were once human beings, fighters during the Y2K. That's awesome. So yes, I have to be Excalibur. There's no way around it.
Hero boy. You're going after Dr. E all by yourself.
Or maybe you're gonna bail on us, Arthur. Forget it.
We're in this mess because of you.
I'm coming too! Guys? Am I sensing some tension here?
No one's bailing. I got us into this, and if it kills me, I'll get us. Fine. Owie, I'm here, Quincy on backup. Letty, you and Eleanor hold the fort here. Keep the Jennies running.
Old school Ducati. Of course, Volt don't need a motorcycle. Oh, goddamn, that thing turns on the dime. Jeez.
The doctor's dashing patient zero in the flesh. Shame. But my Scourger have their orders. Kill on sight.
Drop them off. Jaffa. Moving on.
Like when they do the open world stuff. Really cool.
Enemy in the area.
Down you go.
Saddle up.
Pity. We could have been allies, kiddo. My skull drop? Put that thing down!
That's cool.
I still too slow, Arthur. We had it under control.
Have it your way. By this time next year, nothing will remain of you slugs. Meet the co-star of your grand finale, an H-04 F-Verve tank. Enjoy.
Requesting assistance!
The vents above the treads.
Something about the treads. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, those things? Yeah, there it is. The little things on top of the treads.
Them in. Now.
Scratch one. Found a hole in its shield offer. Thanks, Quincy. How's that?
Yep, destroyed the ground you're standing on.
Arthur! What the hell was that? Where are you? Come in!
He's here, deep in the tech rut. I'm going after him. That's your lot. Stay down. There's a love.
Is that the tech rot? The leader of the tech rot? Or is that the leader of the tech rot?
Entrati, what devils follow you?
That's Excalibur. They're both Excalibur.
Bring the hellfire. That was very rude.
What you did was more rude.
Victor, that's no way to treat our little tourist.
He won't talk.
Oh, not even to me.
Not my type.
Oh, but we're old friends.
Aren't we, Master? Master, my master, why hast thou abandoned me?
All that matters is I'm here now. There, my faithful man-cat.
But is it really you? After all these years, I've... Master, you're hurting me.
That's it, isn't it? The poison to your plan.
And what is that?
Love.
Oh, hello, Warframes.
Whoa!
How are you?
You taking a piss?
If it's bullshit. I'll feed Marty here to the tech rod myself, but the clock's running out.
The nuke. Kinda makes sense, actually.
Happy New Year. Well, you're on point, Marty. But you try any of those head games again, and there won't be much left for Letty to stitch back up. You read me? Loud and clear.
I wear you as a suit, buddy. You better cool your jets. With the icon. He said, Happy New Year.
Check me out, giving kit to Intrati's Cybercop. Nah, more like V1000 sent to smoke us all, am I right?
We got a blizzard coming in. Well, the online boys had better get their lip balm ready before the big show, or it's gonna be a choppy New Year.
So you just puppet this thing? Whole lot of metal in there. Arthur's taking a chance on you. You hurt him, and I'll twist you inside out. Try not to scratch the paint. Letty, you buying this shit?
No, Owie, I am not.
Cut the chatter. 19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized. We get in Trati and put a stop to this.
We're the terrorists. Love what you've done with the place, lady.
Heat here in the op block, Arthur. You sure Mighty's lead isn't just a setup? You holding something back, hero boy?
You wouldn't believe it anyway.
Shit real? Of course it's real. Some glitch in the old control software. Written in COBOL. Chingo.
to you, Marty.
He'll be there.
Creepy.
You better have him. Marty? Is Entrati there?
He's gone. Broken through already. Changing things.
Bollocks! Get your ass out of there! Quincy, Owie, we need fire support!
I told you this was a setup!
Go check on my boy, see what he's up to.
So what do you want me to do, Letty?
Maybe we cut our losses like we should have done weeks ago. We pack up and get the hell out of this Esterbolero before it's turned to ash. Just an idea.
You don't have a problem with a few 100,000 going up in smoke?
Anyone still stuck here is tech rot anyway. Sometimes you have to amputate, Owie.
Little guy gets spoiled, man. Then his box just mound down on hay.
Didn't come out here to cut and hide. If Dr. E won't stop this, then I say we do it. Am I right, Amir? Amir!
So where's Entrati? You said this was a loop.
Not anymore, is it? Your boogeyman changed the rules. You're toast, like the rest of us know.
Seems so. But That means we can change it too.
Stop the nuke.
No one listens.
Get me wired in.
Motherfucker's got ADD like a motherfucker. Look at his leg. Jittering, playing video games, probably listening to music. Man's got all the ADD. I want to say I'm the Umbra Excalibur.
The Techlong's pumping out spores.
I don't want more of that shit in my system.
Stow it, Letty. Amir, talk to me. Is your plan ready?
Oh, fuck.
Almost. Just need the transponder on site. Any Scaldra console down there should be. Hell scrubbers. Giant air filters capture Techlong spores. I've commandeered their deployment system. Just need you to keep them pumping.
Clean up, right down.
Quincy and Marty, keep the air clean while the rest of us search the tunnels for a terminal. You too, Letty.
You start turning like Eleanor, I'll be haunting your ass.
We'll just hang out here.
Got him.
New health scrubber. Inbound.
Nickel and Mir knows all about these ops and their system. A proper boss like you was smart enough to figure it out, innit, Mike?
You sensing any civilians down here?
Not one. Target down.
So, wherever they're hiding out, it's above ground. That's a massive.
Another health scrubber, and wherever you are.
What's it pointing to? I hate when things... it points to things. I'm going up top.
Amir, found a terminal.
This is down. Something down here.
No. That's not a thermal marker. Not anymore. Oh, shit.
Aim for the head.
One more pellet dead.
Scrubber, overwhelmed. Spores coalescing into mutant form. Do something!
Hey, too slow. Long cut.
See, this is why the Major wears a freaking face mask.
Oh, please.
We're as infected as the rest of us, Letty.
Yeah. Look up latent infection, bitch.
Hold. Sensing a Skuldra force on the surface.
Even Skuldra got more sense than to come down here.
We'll see. Keep us posted. Amir, you in?
Root access confirmed. Albania Public Utilities, I am in here. MP3s?
What did you do, Amir? Come in.
I'm dead.
What is going on?
Isn't it great? Amir got these from the hack.
Kalimos. She showed up after the hack. Look, Marty. Maybe we got off on the wrong. Entrati.
If you are seeing this, your loop has been altered.
No kidding.
You and I are trapped here. Soon, the murmur will crawl through the cracks and devour this world and its possibilities. Our only means of escape, our only hope to contain this horror I have created, will require a spark of energy rare in this timeline. You know what this means. Do not allow Arthur and the Hex to stop this. I realize what I am asking, but you of all people understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come. At midnight tonight, the bomb must go off.
Love you, little Floofer McFlooferton. Mr. Sirius Floofington Black. My bestest friend. The coolest guy I know. What are we doing? Oh, back to us. It's back to us. What gun do I have? Well, actually, we probably have some leveling up stuff. Upgrade, let's see. We got 11. Okay. That back. I would do infinite down to 6. Actually, we'll use that. Increase our ability. Also wanted to do. Son of a bitch. I hate sneezing. For some reason, I don't know why I can't get that one to trigger. I think I have this. Son of a bitch. Damn, that's expensive. Good. I'm good. Hornet Striker got. Next rank yet? Almost.
We found him, Marty! Come on!
Who?
VIP at regular intervals. It's gotta be Dr. E, right? Meet me across town.
Fences up, Skuldra.
There's a chance he's on it. We have to try. Only he can stop this.
Convoy approaching the Mara tunnels. That's the place to hit them.
No air support. Smart.
I'm just a pretty thing, sir.
Arthur. What if he doesn't know?
Just haul ass to Owie. Rest of us will catch up.
Still not used to whatever this is. Here, let's ditch the cycles for something less conspicuous.
kiddo. Tell me, Toto, what's he done to earn your loyalty?
You know this witch?
It's complicated.
Not the jealous type, but if I can't have him, you can't either!
Here is the breach. With each cycle, more seeps into her.
Who are you?
Kill her. Now.
But it's not really her that's doing this.
If you cannot sacrifice even this much, how will you do what comes next?
What's he talking about, Marty?
Maybe I won't.
Are you more a child than your other? Do you think I am not haunted by these choices?
Hey.
Marty's legit?
Nice score you got us here, Arthur. You know what? I've had my fill of the circus. I'm out.
Quincy! Come on, man. Maybe we don't need
That's
Marty
why
to
you don't
stop
hear
this.
about him.
Don't
Till late.
North's your best bet. Mountains might be a chance against the fallout.
Cheers.
Probably becomes Frost.
Look, anyone else? No.
We'll still follow you, brave king. But this half-assed plan's gone full guano. Amir's Y2K thing won't even work.
Yeah. I should have said. Controllers air-gapped. Good policy, actually.
Ew.
Air-gapped.
Off-net. We'd have to full on the reactor and patch it direct. Only about 4,000 Scaldred to the 6 of us. Bad odds, we.
5 of us. Arthur, maybe it is time to bail.
There's an army beneath our feet, you all know it. My loving brother just needs to ask. I know he's itching to.
Eleanor? Arthur? Don't you dare. She's barely hanging on as it is.
You said it yourself, Letty. Bad odds. Eleanor. I'm asking. Please.
Please. Grand years indeed. Okie dokie, Arthur. Who's on point?
Me. Oh. Who I want to use for this? Oh no, I like all of them. Zephyr, Mag, Bolt, Caliber. They're all good. We'll go Volt. Oh. Oh, Trinity and Mag. I'll go with Volt. Let's go Volt. Speed Demon. Serious Floofington Black.
Princess Lucina Zoological Gardens. Free admission on New Year's Eve. If you can get past the Skuldra.
Cha-ching! 10 points.
Skuldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but the tech rot here is different. More patient. Biding their time.
They can do that?
Bad guys! Bad guys! Get your bad guys here!
Oh, hell.
Bad form to arrive early, and without your mystery date. I thought they'd taught Britannic men
You love this city. Y2K is gonna haywire the plot. Call off your dogs for the night and help us!
Y2K. Ozone. Acid rain. And I took you for a warrior. Air support. You're a go for drop.
Be friends?
mediocre display. And not worth my time. Enjoy your picnic in the park, children.
Wait here. I do this alone.
I'm sorry we put you up to this.
We've waited. Our severed sister.
Oh, something down here glowing. It's not.
So be it.
Oh, that's my guy.
Better luck next life.
Oh, that'll get the piss out of me. Cornfield poop.
Another light sniffed. Many friends, yes.
Are you more a child than your mother? Do you think I am not haunted by these choices?
Trotty, get me out of here!
She's in the back.
Elena is the first to die.
Eleanor!
Kaboom. See you soon, Mama.
I've seen enough, Albert!
Not that old dog. This is me. Arthur! I can't! I can't! I can't! These gifts you have, a piece of me, given freely. But those before you were butchers, flayed flesh for stolen stars.
I was too slow.
But those before you, they did not ask. They butchered me. My flesh fed their greed.
How are we doing, Holvania?
We can't hear you!
Yo, sounds like someone's trying to kick off the party without us.
No way, man! Ain't no party till I show up. Plus show how it's really done. Holvania! Never been in love? And who's had their heart broken? We feel you. But trust me, stay strong. Time heals everything. And I know you know it, right? 'Cause love is time.
Arthur, this place is swarming with Skuldra.
Hold there. She'll get it open.
Eleanor, you still okay?
We are fine.
What's going on down there? 8 Squad? 8 Squad, report! Get a Furban units down there now.
Hold here. I'll clear the gas. Eleanor!
Shooters in the back collecting it.
Making sure that you are still you.
Of course we are. You can be too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is what they want. Hold!
What the hell? Wait. Quincy!
You are proper shit at directions, Arthur. Heads down while I do my job, right, mate?
Show off. Better make a move, though. They'll get on you.
I'm seeing this through. See you soon, Mama.
Don't have time for this.
Tell me you got this.
I can only type so fast.
Is that supposed to happen?
Amir? Aoi, can you do something?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Hold them in. Aoi, stop!
I love that tech rot. It's gonna happen if y'all don't log off. Whole bunch of tech rot. Oh, she dead, homeboy.
I was too slow.
He's ash in seconds. No need for misery. Come, now. Murmur expelled. Tau is in sight. They've given their lives for this. Make it count.
Just go.
No. I can save them.
Not unless you know them.
That's crazy. I like that. Kind of cool tie-in to the.
To the erstwhile traitor and conspirator known by the alias Drifter. That profane monstrosity of which the scholar spoke has sought to claim our throne. It wears a face and puppets a body that knows you. We have confined it in the Apocrypha, the realm of untold stories. But you now have a duty to keep it there. If it gains sufficient power, its story will supplant ours. Seek its heretical tale, the triumph of dust. Sever it from the true tales of Duviri.
Huh.
His radiant and eternal majesty, Dominus Thrax.
That Quincy? I think that was Quincy. Because we have everybody else except for Quincy. I think that's who that is. Like that. We didn't.
Tenno, the Warframe Corvex was designed by my Albrecht's own hand to protect the chosen operator from the hazards of his laboratory. This design is yours, by right. I intend to keep the promise I made to him. When the time is right, and the equipment repaired, I will assist you to travel back to the past, to the pivotal year of 1999. Perhaps, between us, we may change history, Lloyd.
$6? Yeah. They do rename it? I don't remember it being called that, to be honest with you. Maybe it's been that long, I just forgot what the money's called.
Chosen operator. A friendly suggestion. You could do so much more with those melee weapons of yours. I donate my wisdom on both tool and technique. Listen well. Tenukai. A fighting technique fusing void and bestial instinct. Raw power. While I have never used Tenukai, I understand it perfectly. Somewhat of a mind master. Enough so that lost materials pertaining to Tenukai have been stored just out of my reach in the sanctum. Tools. Papa was not one to rest. Use this segment to unlock more potential for your arsenal. The arcane was an art and science that Papa studied well. The convexity of my bowl, a magnifying glass on his research, and now your gain. Install this segment, acquire melee arcanas, find Tenukai modules, and observe the results. A swift deletion of your foes.
Oh, the Liverian. It was floundering. You understand? Going under. All that work I put into it, and so few visited, let alone donated. Oh, I don't mean you, of course. I know you're a friend to the Liverian. You just wasn't enough. So when Parvos made me an offer, I thought, why not?
It's
Just
almost 3
let it
o'clock.
go. Let it
Need to go to
all
bed.
Go. I took the deal.
I don't have any class or anything tomorrow, but I do have.
But I did.
I do have my comms class stuff. I got to make sure I did.
Please, you must come see me.
All right, all messages have been read. From the mall.
Owie! Before I forget, contact of mine as a lead on a clothing pallet he swears is legit Shibikaji. If Eleanor's in range when I eyeball him, I'll get her to pipe you a look.
Oh, that's what it's called down here. Gotcha.
Please select destination.
Ordis is how. I may require maintenance after all.
Well, I'm actually feeling my tiresome. See, that's the money I know of. Credits.
Nora wants to reach out to all of you and say, welcome to the family.
Gonna be able to get that one thing. That Grimoire skin, but that's credits.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
You and me both, Nora. Well, that's gonna be it for me. I'll be back on sometime later today.